Microphone, microphone. Hello, there we are.
Recording in progress.
I would like to call this meeting to order. The executive session, before we do that, I have to call the meeting to order. And before going into an executive session, there has to be a motion to go into the executive session. The board will conduct a closed session as permitted by KRS 61.8101K of the Open Meetings Act and KRS 156.557 for the purpose of a discussion regarding the evaluation of the superintendent. At this time, is there a motion to go into the executive session, please? Board Member Craig, seconded by Board Member Marshall. All those in favor, would you please raise your hand? Thank you. It's unanimous. So at this time, we are adjourning this meeting and we will leave this space to go into our closed session, please.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Board of Education met in executive session for the purpose of a discussion regarding the evaluation of the superintendent pursuant to KRS 61.8101K of the Open Meetings Act and KRS 156.557. No action was taken while in closed session. Before I ask for a motion, I want to read briefly the work that the board has done on the superintendent's evaluation starting November the 10th, 2020, January the 19th, 2021, and April 20th, 2021. The Jefferson County Board of Education met in closed executive session to conduct formative discussions of the performance evaluation of the superintendent, Dr. Marty Polio. On May the 4th, May the 25th, June the 15th, and July the 13th, the board met in closed executive session to conduct preliminary discussions of his summative performance evaluation of Dr. Polio. The performance evaluation of the superintendent is governed by KRS 156.557 and board policy 02.14 and utilizes performance indicators for each of the 7 leadership standards set forth in District Administrative Procedure 02.14 AP.2. And we have discussed that again this evening before coming into this meeting in closed session. So at this time, is there a motion to approve the 2020-21 summative evaluation of Superintendent Marty Polio? Is there a motion, please? Board Member Craig makes the motion and it's seconded by Board Member Duncan. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous. The motion passes. So we are technically out of the executive session, but I need another motion to adjourn the executive session. Board Member Craig, Board Member McIntosh. All those in favor, please raise your hand. It's unanimous. Thank you very much. We will now move on to I would like to call to order our July 13th meeting of the Jefferson County Board of Education. Before we do any agenda item this evening, there are 2 things that I would like to announce. In typically this meeting, we do not have a moment of silence, but tonight, since we were at the historic Central High School, I would like to ask for a moment of silence for the family of Julie Brown, who was a counselor here at Central High School. She passed this morning, so if we could just take a moment for silence for Counselor Julie Brown, please. Thank you. The other item I would like to announce, since we're at the historic Central High School, Principal Raymond Green's last day of work for JCPS is tomorrow. He has been recruited and will be leaving us to go to the University of Louisville. If we had a huge crowd, I was going to ask for a huge handshake, but we'll do the handshake anyway. So could we just give him a round of applause? Thank you very much. Moving on with our agenda now, is there a recommendation for the approval of the minutes of our previous meeting, the minutes of the June 22nd meeting? Is there a motion to approve these minutes, please? Board Member Marshall, seconded by Board Member McIntosh. All in favor, please raise your hand. It passes unanimously. Thank you very much.
Will you
At this
show,
time-
will you show an abstention for me? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry,
I always like to abstain when I'm not there. I'm sorry.
I still can't hear you. Okay, I'm sorry. 6 in favor, 1 abstention from Board Member James Craig. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Also, we're in this big room. That means that we need to raise up the volume. I have an old ear over here that's been on an airplane, so just please tone it up a little bit for me, please. Thank you
Yes,
very
yes,
much.
ma'am.
I would appreciate it. You all have valuable things to say, so I don't want to miss anything. At this time, there is a welcome and a video presentation. Dr. Polio, do you want to start this for us, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair Porter. One of the things we have wanted to do and been pretty excited to do was to show you the progress we have made on the Academy at Shawnee. And hopefully we will have a ribbon cutting in the near future, but being up on the third floor a couple weeks ago, we wanted to highlight the progress for you. So we will now show a short video of some of the progress that you can see at the Academy at Shawnee.
It's kind of overwhelming because it was abandoned and condemned, and it just was in a shape that you wouldn't think people would want to be in. It gives me new life, hoping that that transfers over to the kids, and it's just very exciting. I'm excited to see the kids come in on the first day, and they knew this was coming, but just to actually see it in place.
Thank you. We look forward to having you down to the school soon.
Thank you, Dr. Polio, and thank you to Principal Kimberly Rice and her team, and for all the work from everyone with JCPS that has gotten us to this point. As you can see, there is a vast difference in what Shawnee started, the before and the after. So I'd like to say thank you to everyone. This is not a one-person job, so thank you very much. This evening, according to our racial equity plan, the board is to have a conversation about equity and inclusion. This evening, Dr. Roger Cleveland is going to lead us in that conversation. And Dr. Polio, I don't know if you're going to introduce him or if Dr. Marshall's going to introduce him.
I'd be happy to introduce him, and a good friend of ours who has done much work with the district, from teachers to administrators and just about any role group, I think, that we have. And so has been a partner with us through our Equity Institutes and many other places. I'd like to introduce Dr. Roger Cleveland. Thank you, Dr. Cleveland.
Thank you, Dr. Fuller. Am I on? Can you hear me okay? There we go. How's that? Okay. First, I want to just thank you all for the invitation to have this conversation. And so we'll jump right into it because you all's time is very valuable. And so I want to make sure that we address everything we want to. And so tonight I want to just talk about a few things. Make sure my remote is working. Still there? Is that? Whoa, that's okay. This thing's loud. That's good. Okay, trying to get my PowerPoint there.
Right here.
Not advancing, Amy, for some reason. It always does. Okay, yeah, areas we're going to address. One is common language. You can just go through, click through all those. And we'll talk about equity, racial equity, and having common values and common messaging. And so those are the areas that we want to have a conversation about. You can go ahead and go through. Thank you. And so one of the things that I believe is most educators believe also that you need to have context before content. And because students connect what they don't know to what they do know. So the more you put into in context to help them learn new information, the better chance they're going to be successful. And so what I want to do is show you a quote. It's called open mic, and I just want to get you all's response on the quote. Go for it. In the next slide. When someone with the authority of an educator describes the world and you're not in it, there's a moment of psychic disequilibrium as if you looked into a mirror and saw nothing. I would like to get you all's response about what's your interpretation of that quote.
I'll jump in there.
All right, I appreciate that.
So for me, I am a K-5 educator, and I teach at an all-boys school, majority population African-American young men. And so for me, it's always trying to adjust the lens of curriculum in a way that is identifiable to our young men, thereby allowing them the opportunity to truly connect with what it is that we're learning. So, when I see this, we talk a lot about our disparities in achievement amongst our African-American students. Well, it's hard to achieve in something if you don't see yourself in it. So that's what this brings to mind for me.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
I think that, in speaking with the educator background and you think about the classroom, students have to have a sense of belonging in the classroom to build that larger classroom community where they're willing to raise their hands, they're willing to participate, they're willing to take a risk in potentially providing an answer that's not correct. And so when a student is disconnected from the content, they have no reason to feel like they belong in that classroom. And so they may exist in that classroom, but they are not engaged with that classroom. And so I think it just speaks to the sense of belonging for all the kids.
Okay, and feeling connected.
Excuse me. It's hard for us on this side of the room to hear you guys over there, so you may need to be real up close to the microphone. So what it sounds like to me like a really unsettling experience that is being described. So what I don't know about other people, but when I have a really unsettling experience, my inclination is to get away from it, and get out of that experience. So that's what strikes me when I think about what's being described.
Okay, anyone else? One of the things I tell schools and districts quite a bit is that when students enter a school, you want to make sure that one student's culture is part of the curriculum and another student's culture is an elective. And everyone should see themselves in the curriculum, in the content, every single student, regardless of their background and things of that nature. And that's one way you can engage them, is when they see themselves in the curriculum. Go for it, Amy, please. Okay, so common language. I always start with equity first, and I'll tell you why I do that. And we'll just make sure we're all on the same page around equity, racial equity, culture responsive, and culture responsive teaching and systemic racism. Go to the next slide. And revisiting equity. And Marty, this is really hard for me because I'm always got a clicker in my hand, right? So not a problem. I'm glad Amy's helping me out. But just looking at this definition, and this is talking about meeting the needs of all children, correct? And I always start with the concept of equity. And when I define equity, I don't talk about race, I don't talk about gender, I don't talk about socioeconomic status, abilities, anything like that. I want people to grasp the concept, because if I start with one particular area, and they may not be your issue in the school district, then people will say that we don't have any equity issues. So I can go to an all predominantly white school district and talk about equity because it's about meeting students' needs, correct? That makes sense to you all? Okay, and so meeting the needs of students. But at the same time, what I tell people is this: let your data inform you where your inequities are. And so if that is an issue with special education or African-American students, a Latino, whoever it is, start with understanding the broad concept of equity before you start breaking it down to those things, and let your data inform that, where your inequities are. Okay. Next slide. And just jump in if y'all like, okay? Yeah. Equity isn't having, handing a kid a laptop. It's knowing the systemic conditions that led to the lack of the laptop and working to mitigate them. And so I thought about this, and I'll pull this quote when we went into the pandemic, right? And what we found out is this. Well, a lot of us knew this. Those who are in education knew there were a lot of underlying inequities, even outside of school that impact students when they come to school. And so a lot of times, I'm sure some of you all seen the slide where there's like two kids staying on a box. One has on one box, others on two boxes. They get to go over the fence. Well, I don't use that slide because what it does is saying keep giving students things, but it don't address the systemic barrier, which is the fence that they can't see over. And just keep adding things. And so we give kids a hotspot and give them a device doing virtual learning. That's great, but that don't necessarily mean they're gonna be successful because there may be other issues that they have to address. And it has to be systemic things, a systemic approach to equity and addressing this. And so I always make sure we look at systemic issues. We need to focus more on fixing, we don't need to focus on fixing disenfranchised students. We need to focus on things that disenfranchise those students. The students are not broke. None of the 100,000 you all have in this district, none of them are broke. And so we want to make sure that we're focusing on systemic issues and not just trying to fix students and give them things. Resources are important, but that don't necessarily removes systemic barriers. And this quote, I like to get you all's thoughts about this also. Make racial equity a quantifiable, data-informed, not data-driven, data-informed, because there's other qualitative issues that impact the data. So you don't want data to drive everything, but it can inform your work. Make a data-informed educational opportunity rather than a confusing and controversial social issue. What do you think I mean by that? Make racial equity a quantifiable, data-informed educational opportunity rather than a confusing and controversial social issues. Because every student needs an equitable education. Every student.
Well, I think it speaks to trying to get specific about what equity is in particular situations, and therefore turns it into something you can presumably take action to address.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
I was going to add to it, and I don't know if I should because it's a board retreat, but I do think it's about outcomes for kids. And when we look at educational outcomes for kids, across America, we have to say that we have inequities based on race when we look at specific outcomes for kids. And I think that is critical when we look at racial equity and make it about the outcomes that are so important.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? I always say that equity is the process, equality is the outcome. And the product is only good as the process, right? So, Mr. Craig, if you go through, you receive an equal education, and Mr. Marshall receives an equitable education, there's a good chance that when you all finish 13 years of education, that he may have better opportunity because you didn't necessarily get what you needed, but he did. And that's why equity is the process, equality is the outcome. The process is critical for student achievement. Yes, Andy. So I want to go through these different types of equity real quickly. In social equity, we're talking about socioeconomic status. and social is concerned with fairness and social justice. And so, and what this is basically saying is that your social economic status should not be a determinant whether you're successful or not in schools, right? The next one. And then we're talking about gender equity. And your gender identity should not be a determinant whether you're going to be successful in school or not, right? Do you all agree that socioeconomic status or gender should not be an issue, whether you be successful or not in schools? You all agree with that? So go to the next one. So when we talk about racial equity, there's always a pause there because we talked about gender, we talked about socioeconomic status, but when we talk about racial equity, a lot of times in my experience of going around working with different districts in the country, that we pause when it comes to racial equity. And what we're saying that is that your race should not be a determinant whether you're successful or not in schools. But we freely talk about socioeconomic status and gender, but a lot of times in educational discourse, we struggle to talk about racial equity. Next one. And this is really small, so I'll read that to you. The condition where a student's race identity has no influence on how they fare in school. Basically what I've said before around gender and socioeconomic status. So how do we build a race equity culture? We need to have common language. You just go through all those, Amy. And so these are the 5 areas that are critical to building a race equity culture within a district, okay? And I think, no, I'm not gonna say that, I'm gonna ask you all, which one of yours you think is probably the most difficult to create within a district? Which one do you think is the most difficult? Common language, common values, common messaging. And for a school board, common messaging is really important, correct? Because, you know, whatever you ask, you know, one board member on one side of town as relates to equity or whatever, you should be hearing some of the same things about children and things of that nature. Which one is you think was most difficult to create and develop? The language, the values, the messaging, the conversations, or the common practices?
I would say the language. I think that I had this conversation with someone the other day that says so many people think they know everything about how school's supposed to run because they all went to school. And so everyone has an idea of what racial equity is and what the work is. So trying to get everyone outside of themselves to realize that we're lifelong learners, that we can all be reshaping our viewpoints, to me seems to be, you know, that hardest starting point.
Okay. Other thoughts? Other thoughts? So before we move forward, one of the things that I've noticed, and I get to go around to a lot of school districts around the country, and urban and suburban school districts, and you know, I just tell it like it is, and I'll be very honest. This district has created what I'll call an equity infrastructure, racial equity infrastructure, that many districts do not have around the country, who may be much larger than Jefferson County, or a suburban district who may have opportunity gaps and things like that. And for order to create that culture, you need to have that infrastructure in place. And this district has done that. Okay, you can just go through the clicks right there. You have a racial equity policy, you have a plan, you have a racial equity scorecard, you provide professional development to support those things, and then you have equity resources on the side. Many districts around the country don't have that in place. And so I wanted to just highlight this, that, but also it has to be implemented, right? It has to be used, but you have the infrastructure in place. I tell my son all the time, soap only works when you use it. So just because you have it, if you don't apply it and implement it, you just have it. But you all have this in place in this district. And I've talked to a lot of different superintendents around the country, and a lot of times they will look to see what Jefferson County is doing around equity in general, and then racial equity. And so I just wanted to share that with you all. Continuing with common language, culturally responsive teaching. When you look at this, this definition on culturally responsive teaching, does it discuss any particular group of students? Does it say Latino, African-American, white, Haitian, Somalian? Does it say any group of kids? It doesn't, does it? Because the last time I checked, we have about 664,000 kids in the state of Kentucky in our schools, and every single one of them have a culture. And good, this is just good teaching. So regardless what side of town a kid comes from Louisville, you want, I told a group of principals this morning, I said, we always talk about building relationships with students. And I think you need to build informed relationships with students. And the information you get from those students, you try to connect that to your instruction and to the content, not just have a relationship with them. That's great, but connect that information that you receive from them to be a better teacher or administrator, whatever that is. And I think a lot of times, to your point about people knowing, language and things of that nature, we assume that culturally responsive teaching is for a specific group of kids. And it's not. It's for every child that's in school. And so we want to make sure that when we're talking about language, we're all on the same page. Because every kid who walks into Central High School has a culture. Every kid who goes to Shawnee, Seneca, wherever they're going to, they have a culture. And good educators use those cultural experiences to connect content and teach students. Next slide. Systemic racism. And I'm not gonna read all this, but hit the slide one more time, Amy. And I just want to make sure when we talk about systemic racism, we're not talking about like personalized, a personal bigotry or hate and things like that. We're talking about things that are embedded in our educational system. And so that's important that we don't approach it just from a personal issue, because a single person doesn't necessarily have power over you to control a system that you're interacting with. And so I think that maybe my last one is equity, racial equity, culturally responsive teaching, and systemic racism, that we have common language about that. Amy. All right, so talk about a couple of barriers. This is not the only barriers to understanding racial equity, but two that are important. And one is cognitive dissonance. I believe that my approach, Ms. Porter, my approach to having tough conversations about race or other issues, my approach is grace, civility, and accountability. So I don't know where Mrs. McIntosh is around racial equity. She don't know where I am, but we can have a civil conversation about educating children, what's best for children. And so she gives me grace, I give her grace. And then we have a civil conversation. Either we disagree, we can do that. But then when we see each other 6 months from now, we can hold each other accountable about children. And I think part of the reason why we struggle to have these conversations, because the conversation should be about children, and that's it. This is not a left issue, a right issue. This is a student-centered issue, and it's about children. But cognitive dissonance, what happens is when you've been raised to believe certain things all your life, you've been taught things like that, and this is for everyone. We all probably experience cognitive dissonance about different things. When you pay too much tuition for a university and you try to justify it because they had good food to calf, that's cognitive dissonance, because you got to get rid of that ease, that unease. But cognitive dissonance, the cognitive part is that you think about all the things you were taught from day one. And then someone comes with new evidence and research that contradicts what you've been taught all your life. That creates the dissonance, that uneasy feeling. So you have one or two things to do. You either receive that new information, okay, that contradicts what you believed all your life, or is what we call confirmation bias. You go to Facebook and find something that supports what you always believed. And so this dissonance, we all going to get rid of that dissonance one way or the other. And a lot of times it's that we just dismiss this new information or research or evidence that contradicts what you've always believed. The other piece is implicit bias. And everyone that I know has implicit biases. Some really intense, some not so intense. A simple bias is UK versus U of L. That's a bias, right? Just because where you went to school. But much more serious issues, it's all based on your lived experiences. And I was going to show you this piece on cognitive dissonance real quickly. Sometimes people hold a core belief that is very strong. And when they are presented with evidence that works against that belief, the new evidence cannot be accepted. It would create a feeling that is extremely uncomfortable called cognitive dissonance. And because it's so important to protect the core belief, they will rationalize, ignore, and even deny anything that doesn't fit with their core belief. And that's tough for someone. You know, if you've been believing something, you're 45 years old, you've been taught something for years and years and years, and someone introduces new information, that's hard to receive. And so a lot of our current issues around education, things like that, stem from our cognitive dissonance, our implicit bias. And implicit bias doesn't necessarily mean that you're an evil person or whatever. It means that you're actually human because it comes from your lived experiences. And it does create stereotypes and things of that nature. Explicit bias is the issue you need to be more concerned with. And so with implicit bias, I'm more concerned about the impact before the intent. And so let me give you an example of what may have happened in school. So Marty Polio is a math teacher. He's teaching calculus. And there's 8 young ladies in his calculus class. I'm the principal. I come to observe his class. And when the young ladies raise their hand, he rarely calls on them. Now, did Marty plan all weekend to ignore the girls in his class? No, he didn't. But he may not be aware that he has a bias that girls are not as strong in math and science as boys, but it plays out in his classroom. So as an administrator, I point that out to him. Do you realize you're ignoring the girls in your class and things of that nature? He's like, no way, I love all my babies, right? That's what we say, right? But the reality is he's not aware of this. And then I bring it to his attention, which means he can work on his practice, his engagement, his pedagogy in the classroom. And so now I've made him aware of his bias, his implicit bias in aware. Now, if he's been planning all weekend to do that, that's explicit bias. He knows exactly what he's doing. When you see that in the classroom, most of the time it's implicit. Teachers are not trying to ignore kids and things of that nature. Regardless of the fact, explicit or implicit, we need to focus on the impact that Marty is ignoring, you know, Scholar McIntosh as a student. So we need to think about how that's impacting her. Then we'll come back to Marty, the teacher. But implicit bias is just part of our lived experiences. We all have them, but the biases can be mitigated by experiences. Okay, exposure is the best classroom, experience is the best teacher. Amy? And you can skip through that because I defined that anyway, so you can move forward. I do want to show this video, and before you hit play, let me set it up a little bit. This is a study that was done at Yale University, and in fact, one of the researchers originally from Kentucky. And what they did, they brought in 135 preschool teachers, and they told the teachers that there's 4 students on the other side of this mirror that they can't see. They can see the students can't see them. And they said one of the students is going to display misbehavior and disruptive behavior. That's all they told them. So let's watch the video, and I want to get you all's response.
There's a new study out of the Yale Child Study Center that I had to read a few times just to believe what it was telling me. The researchers recruited about 135 preschool teachers. They had them watch video footage of 4 kids playing, a black boy, a black girl, a white boy, and a white girl. And they told the teachers, their subjects, watch the video, there may be some challenging behaviors. As soon as you see something that could become challenging, hit the enter key on your keypad. Well, here's the trick. There was no challenging behavior. The researchers were using eye scan technology to see which child the teachers were looking at the most. And what they found is that the teachers, both white and black alike, spent the most time watching the black boy, waiting for bad behavior that never came. There's one more really interesting headline in this study, which comes later. The teachers were also given a 1-paragraph description to read of a hypothetical child with a stereotypical name who behaves pretty badly in class. pushes, scratches, throws toys. And some of the teachers were also given some biographical information that helped make sense of that behavior. They were told that the child lives with his mother, father has been in and out for years, they're relatively poor, the mother is depressed, works 3 jobs. The researchers wanted to know if knowing this information made the teachers more empathetic to the kid. Well, here's the shock. It did, but only if the teacher and the child were of the same race. If the teacher and the child, a white teacher and a black child, or even a black teacher and a white child, knowing that biographical information, those teachers were less empathetic towards those students. And here's why this matters. Imagine if this is true, if there's this empathy deficit in preschool, well, imagine where else that's true.
All right, and speaking of bias, I used this video because it came from Yale University. Sometimes we have biases about universities, right? If I said it came from U of L, UK, we have to question it, right? But since it came from Yale, it had to be legit. And so I'll throw that in there also. What are your responses to that video? And the study, I think, was conducted in 2017, 2018.
I don't find it that surprising, unfortunately. I think but what strikes me is like you usually, if you're looking to find something, you usually can find it. Yeah. Wait, I had another thought. No, it's totally slipped out of my head. Oh yeah, I think I read something about this where it's with African American kids, folks are more likely to see as single incidents that might be less than ideal behavior as part of an overall pattern, whereas with a white child, they're more likely to see it as an isolated incident. That people tend to create background context for themselves for isolated incidents like that.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else? Thoughts about the video? And some of the biases can play out in discipline also. So when I look at discipline data, one of the first things I ask is, I looked at what some people call discretionary infractions, which is, subjective. So I look at objective infractions versus subjective infractions. And a lot of our students who are poor and students of color tend to be suspended in school and out of school for subjective, which is fail to follow rules, insubordination, which is questionable things, where other students are suspended for, it's clear, drugs, fighting, weapons. And so I always look at that to see if there's any kind of bias, usually implicitly, that we are suspending certain students based on our implicit biases. And we know if students are not in the classroom, they're not learning. And so that's one way to kind of look and see to make sure that we're not biased. We've been fair and equitable when it comes to discipline also. So a couple of things I wanted to read, 5 things to consider when measuring your racial equity initiatives. Are you organizationally ready? And I think this district is. You all put a lot of resources into your programs, policies, and practices, and your people to support racial equity. Next thing. Are your efforts strategic? Racial equity goals to focus on programs, policies, and processes that have been created collaboratively. I can't answer that for you all. I'm not quite sure if everyone within the district is working together. To have those things in place, I suspect they are. Is everyone all in? All right. Is everyone all in? If racial equity is essentially about organizational change, you're asking every person to create habits to act with intentionality, which can be a culture shift. And one of the things I ask people all the time is that when you have a mandate that comes from the school board or a mandate that may come from, where I work at Eastern Kentucky University, and we have to do a diversity report every year, right? Because the Council on Post Education said we have to support that. And so I always ask people this, would people do this work or would they submit a report if it was not mandated? And what I mean by that, my question really is, do you have a compliance culture or do you have a commitment culture? And when you have a commitment culture, you're gonna go beyond what is mandated to do, and you're probably gonna be more successful. And so those are the kind of questions you wanna ask about when you're supporting racial equity work. Is everyone starting from the same place? Not necessarily because of your experiences, right? And I used the example about Mrs. McIntosh and myself. So that's why it's not necessarily you may not value the work of racial equity, you just may be at a different place because of your journey, right? And we're at different places. And so, but you do want at some point that everybody's on the same page with this work. You can just click through that to the fifth one. Or your leaders modeling it. It's one thing for the superintendent to say we're going to do this racial equity work, but all leaders have to be on this. And this is one of my favorite quotes. You can hit that, Amy. The culture of any organization is shaped by the worst behavior leaders is willing to tolerate. At the end of the day, that's it. And so everyone has to be on board. You just can't be the superintendent. All the leaders within schools and central office have to be on board also. And it has to be a collaborative effort for this to create that kind of culture. All right. I'm an educator at heart, so I always got to do check for understanding. And so this went kind of fast. I kind of want to do more of a conversation, but that's fine. So I threw a lot at you in 35, 40 minutes. But I would ask if you will to, based on some of the things I've mentioned, to just complete one of those sentences that I have based on what I shared with you all. I learned that, I realized that, I was pleased that I was not aware of. So some of the things I mentioned, can you respond to based on these, finishing these sentences here?
I'll respond.
Okay.
I appreciated your clarification of the nuancing of doing racial equity as that is data informed as opposed to data driven. I think one thing that we can do as a district is be so committed to the data points, making sure that everything is bearing out as it relates to data, that we allow that to be the total motivating force for everything that we do. And so I appreciate the nuancing of that. And that's something I'll put in my head going forward.
Okay. I always say that there's a story behind the stats. And so we don't want to miss out on the qualitative piece from our students and our teachers and our administrators about where our data sits. That's a 10-day snapshot of everything that took place for 178 days. But there's a reason why some of that is. And so we want to make sure that we not only use quantitative data to inform, but also qualitative data, asking students, asking families, asking teachers and people like that about why they think where we are and how we got there is important. Other folks, just finish the sentence for me. Any one of those sentences based on.
I'd like to say, Dr. Cleveland, first of all, I was pleased that you clearly defined equity. I think that in our society today, equity is getting things like CRT adjacent type names and things that are under this umbrella, and you clearly defined what equity, and then specifically the other forms of equity, and then finish with racial equity. I was pleased that JCPS and your eyes has laid the appropriate foundation for racial equity. And I also learned that culturally responsive teaching is not just about race, but it is about all students bringing their culture to the classroom.
Yeah, thank you. That's just good teaching, as you know that. Anyone else? Well, we can always take this as moving forward as an opportunity to make sure, as Marty said, I've spent a lot of time in you all schools, and there's a commitment to address equity and address our students in Louisville. And we could just use this opportunity to move forward. I said before, keep the focus on children, student-centered, focus on that. So this is an opportunity for us to even improve our work. But you know, an opportunity of a lifetime must be seized during a lifetime of that opportunity. All right, thank you all.
Dr. Cleveland, I would like to thank you for being here tonight and would like to say that we would love to see you again. This is the beginning of more information for the board. It's a learning opportunity, but it also clarifies for us some of the things that we thought we knew and maybe we really didn't know as well as we thought we did. I think JCPS has done a significant job of moving forward with racial equity. Many of the things that we have done, I think people maybe not be aware of. The big thing that I will mention is defining what words mean, because we are living currently at a time of misinformation. So the timing, I'm very glad that you were here tonight. It's important that we understand what words mean as opposed to making up definitions for them. And I look forward to hopefully having you back at some point. It's always my pleasure to listen to your presentations. For those of you that have not heard Dr. Cleveland before, welcome to the Dr. Cleveland Club. So thank you so much for being here this evening.
Thank you, Dr. Cleveland. We appreciate your time. I believe, has Dr. Powell showed up yet? Okay, we don't have Dr. Powell here, so we can go ahead and either work on strategic planning or the consent calendar, either one that you would like to do, Chair Porter.
Okay, and before we move on, there may be individual questions that the board members might have for Dr. Cleveland. If you have those, would you put them out there now? We might not get them all answered, but at least we can get them recorded and get them back to you if there are any other additional questions that you might have while he's here, although he's walked away from the mic. Anything that you would like to ask at this time?
Thank you. I haven't been able to turn it into a question. I don't know yet, but and maybe this is kind of a cop out by schools. So, but in the very beginning, when you talked about the I'm sorry, I'm paraphrasing, but the give a kid a laptop versus the why doesn't the kid have a laptop to begin with sort of thing. I think is if I'm remembering right. There are so many systems that affect educational equity that either originate or at least large parts of them lie outside of the educational institution itself. So how do you recommend thinking about this as as I think a challenge that it is, but not kind of using it as a cop out to the real kind of equity work?
I don't think it's a cop out. I think it's very difficult for districts and schools to do this work by themselves. You have to have partnerships and collaborations, as you know how important families are. You also know how important faith-based community, other community organizations are in partnering with school districts. And so the part about, one of the parts you mentioned is that what my thing is this, a lot of the inequities start before they walk into school. Well, we want to make sure that we're not complicit in increasing those inequities as educators. That's the key piece. Because we can't control everything outside. We only have them for like 7 hours a day, but we don't make sure we're not perpetuating those inequities. And so when I was with the laptop thing, it reminds me when the pandemic first hit, one of my students has an online class and he was submitting all his assignments and it just stopped. And actually he was from Louisville. And so I called him one day. I was like, what's going on? Well, he had a laptop. He had a hotspot. We had a lot of other things going on around his house and his neighborhood where he couldn't even study or focus. And so he went back, he moved back to Frankfurt, one of his friends, and started picking up again. So just giving people stuff doesn't necessarily get all the systemic issues out of the way, but it's not only on schools and districts. And so partnering and communicating and collaborating with other organizations to ensure a child is well educated is critical. But that's just the reality that some of these things may happen that schools and districts may not have control over.
And I'll jump in there as well, because Dr. Kolb, I'm right there with you, that it is frustrating when you're pushing for racial equity and you're trying to move forward, but there's still all these other barriers that lay in the way that really our reach as a Board of Education can't touch. So I think about the Yale study and how no matter if the individual was white or black, there were these implicit biases that were already there. So there's obviously something about the culture of growing up in America that causes these things to be ingrained in the minds of individuals. So if the teacher you hire grew up in that environment, has those implicit biases, the person that created your curriculum also grew up in this culture and created a curriculum through the lens of those same biases, then how do we push forward? How do we get through all of those different layers of cognitive dissonance that will come along the way while you try to do this work?
Well, if I could bottle all that,
Right.
Exactly. It's hard. This is hard work and hard work. And to change people's perceptions and how they see people and their biases is, you have to work with them, and you also present other information and evidence that shows that these things work. It's difficult work. I promise you, experiencing it and then trying to teach it at the same time, it's pretty tough. I mean, because I experience it myself quite a bit, but that don't relieve me from trying to work with people, because I can deal with the implicit part because people may not know or they're aware they have these biases. And so I can work with people to give them opportunities and help them work through that and navigate through that. It's the explicit biases that is more problematic. Maybe I should start with the questions first. Anything else? All right. Thank you all again.
Thank you, Dr. Cleveland. In the interest of time, we're going to kind of jump down on the agenda and then come back when Dr. Powell gets here. So rather than to start with Dina Dossett right now, would you look at the consent calendar, please? And the one item that is going to get pulled down is item A, which is the approval of the bid and revised BG1 form for the new elementary school for West Broadway quarter. And I have pulled it down, first of all, for Dr. Polio to give us some information about that, and also to see if there are any additional comments or questions that you might have as we move forward. So sorry, is there a motion to approve the consent calendar minus item A, which is the recommendation of the approval of the bid and revised BG1 form for the new elementary school on the West Broadway corridor? Is there a motion, please? Board Member Craig, seconded by Board Member Marshall. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Thank you. It's unanimous. So I would like Dr. Polio to speak to the new elementary school. And then if there are any questions, we will answer those. And then I will call for a motion to vote on that. Dr. Polio.
Thank you, Chair Porter. We just wanted to recognize this very important moment, which is your recommendation to approve the bid for our school on the West Broadway corridor that will be connected to the land on the Y at 18th and Broadway. Once again, this concept was very successful in Norton Commons, and to be able to also do the same thing in West Louisville is very exciting for us. And back in, I believe, March of 2019, the board approved this. On August 27th of 2019, the board approved Lucky and Farlett Architects for this project. And today you are approving this revised BG1 form for a total bid of $27,900,000, which will be the first school that we have built in West Louisville since Foster Elementary School around the turn of the century. So we're very excited for this concept. We want to get moving as quickly as possible so we can build this innovative space for students that are a part of Wheatley right now, Wheatley Elementary, and Roosevelt Perry Elementary. So it's an exciting time that we want to highlight the passing of this, and that's why we have chosen to pull it down. Happy to take any questions that you have about this project.
No questions? Okay, I would just like to add the fact that it has been a process for us to get here. I have been asked numerous times what's taking us so long on this particular school. And in this particular case, the two elementary schools that we have already started on, the land belonged to JCPS. In this particular case, the land belonged to the Y. So it was a process of purchasing that land from the Y and taking care of all the paperwork to get us where we are. I actually saw Steve Tarver today. He is still very excited about us being on the same place and the things that we will do for our children. If anyone is not aware, there is a partnership with the Y. There will be a pathway from the elementary school to the Y so that they do not necessarily have to go outside. But there are a lot of services at the Y for elementary students as well as a teen program. And in the complex where the Y currently is, there's a Republic Bank. So there's many avenues for learning. If you have not had the opportunity to drive by, I would encourage you to drive by and see what's there. And I hope that we will continue to give you updates like we have done tonight for the Academy at Shawnee as we start the process. Any other questions or comments?
Ms. Porter, I will also say that we will have the groundbreaking hopefully very shortly once the bid is approved by you. And then, we are looking about an 18-month process towards the completion of this project. So it's an exciting time and definitely shows your investment in West Louisville.
Thank you, Dr. Polio. At this time, is there a motion to approve the consent item, VA, approval of the bid for revised BG1 form for the new elementary school at the West Broadway corridor? Is there a motion to approve, please? Dr. Schul made the motion and it's seconded by Board Member Craig. He's jumping ahead. All those in favor of the motion, would you please raise your hand? It passes unanimously. Thank you very much. That takes care of the consent calendar at this point. And I think I have just seen Dr. Cedric Powell join us this evening. Thank you, sir. So we will have Dr. Powell's presentation, and then we will have a brief presentation from Dr. Dossett and Dr. Polio about the strategic planning. Dr. Polio, if you would like to say anything to get us started.
Thank you. And I think this next session goes right along with our first session of what you heard. We wanted to bring in Dr. Powell. He did a a wonderful job with the presentation to Metro Council, and we thought it was very valuable in today's political context and the world that we're in, that we also have him speak to the Board of Education. He's a professor at University of Louisville, and sorry you don't get much time to rest. I'd like to bring up Dr. Cedric Powell as our next presenter.
Dr. Powell, you're not rushed. You're early, and we're early, so take your time getting prepared. Thank you.
You ready? Okay. Good evening. Thank you so much for inviting me, Chair Porter, and other members of the JCPS School Board, and distinguished members of our audience. I've been asked to offer some comments, some remarks about understanding racial equity issues under the current political climate and social context. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to do this on 3 levels. I'm going to talk about race, racism, and American society. I'm going to talk about defining critical race theory and debunking myths that have been circulating in the public discourse. And then I'm going to talk about how we move forward, basically education, empowerment, complex histories, and an educated citizenry of critical thinkers, and what freedom of speech, freedom of thought, expertise of educators, and children and citizens determining their own destiny, what that really means. So first, how did we get here? Race, racism, and American society. I think that now we are in the 3rd Reconstruction, a period of retrogression and pulling back of substantive gains that people of color have made in American society. I denote this as the 3rd Reconstruction because it follows the previous 2. The first after the civil rights, after the Civil War, the second after the Civil Rights Movement, and the 3rd after 2 terms of President Obama, and now we have backlash against that progress. I mean, I can go on and on about what progress means, and that progress oftentimes in American history is relative. It goes up and down. But this theme of progress and retrogression is something that moves through American history. And we have to acknowledge that. We have to understand that. And we have to look at the context in which this debate is occurring. One of the things that's been happening in the last several decades, and not just in the age of Trump, is this underlying code switching, silent rhetoric, neutral codes, whistleblowing, that obscure raw racial politics, but it has come to erupt in our times. We've had a pandemic. We've had plenty of time to sit around and think about things. We've had ongoing discussions about structural inequality and what that means. We've had police violence, mass incarceration, the Black Lives Matter movement, and what we've generally called the racial reckoning. And we've also had the 1619 Project, which is going to be sort of what I talk about in my second set of comments. And we've had an attempt to revise history. Some would say on both sides, I would say only on one side, but there is this notion about what American history is, who belongs, who is a true American citizen, and how do we interpret American history and what it means. Think about how the public discourse has been structured recently. We're having an ongoing debate about what racial progress and protest means. For example, Charlottesville, just several years ago, when Heather Heyer lost her life, and we had an ongoing debate about the significance of Confederate monuments. And we had a president who said there are good people on both sides. This notion of neutrality runs through public discourse so that discrimination looks like discrimination against whites, so that discrimination or discussion about structural inequality looks like you hate American society, so that asking for a complete, comprehensive, and critical analysis of American history looks like revisionism and you hate America. There's also this discussion about the insurrection. The insurrection has been characterized as a mild protest with tourists looking through the Capitol, only coming there to move forward with their rights, that there was no violence. But day after day, we see the carnage that has done not only to our national psyche, but to the citadel of democracy, the United States Capitol. But there is this ongoing debate about insurrection and whether or not that is even a proper term. Is it simply protest? Is it a number of citizens who just wanted to voice their concerns? And then there's progress by people of color. And that progress is viewed skeptically. And I'll note my own bias here. I'm working on a book called Post-Racial Constitutionalism and the Roberts Court. And I start in 1883 and I move all the way up to 2021. And I show in each instance how the United States Supreme Court really reflects the public and how far it wants to go on racial discourse. For example, there's a case called the Civil Rights Cases that really doesn't get much airplay, but it is a very important case. Decided in 1883, and it is the beginning of the end of the first Reconstruction. The US Supreme Court concludes that the Civil Rights Act, the first Civil Rights Act, is unconstitutional. You cannot reach private conduct. You cannot make people like people of color. And there's a damning quote in the civil rights cases. And think about it, it's only 18 years after the Civil War. And the court says there comes a time when a citizen ceases to be the special favorite of the law. And he must now assume the mere rank of citizen. I'm paraphrasing there, but you get the idea. So 18 years after slavery, we have the United States Supreme Court saying that racial progress and social progression is over. And from that time on, you have 1883, then you have 1896, Plessy versus Ferguson, you all know about that. Then you have Brown versus Board of Education, 1954, and everyone thinks that history is linear. Even in the constitutional law book that I teach from at the University of Louisville, there's Plessy versus Ferguson in 1896 and Brown versus Board of Education in 1954. And it looks like we just had this linear progression, everything was fine, and we woke up one day and said, separate but equal is inherently unequal. But there are decades of litigation, some of it happening very much so in Kentucky, at the University of Louisville, at the University of Kentucky, where there was a series of constitutional litigation challenging separate educational facilities for graduate students. And then we get to these school cases, elementary and secondary schools. So I'm saying all of that to say this, that context and history make a difference. And like most citizens in the city of Louisville, I watched the last school board hearing. And I must say it was disconcerting. And it's disconcerting really to come here to offer comments, even in this sparse auditorium, to have so much security just to have an engagement of ideas. And so I think it's important for me to say that I stand with the board, no matter what your political affiliation, I support engagement with complex ideas. And what happened at the last meeting was not an engagement. It was the height of ignorance, the height of violence used to intimidate all of you who are only trying to do your jobs. And it was an embarrassment to our children. If the people who did that in the last meeting were parents, they set a horrible example for their children. Now, you can disagree with any comment or any idea or any concept, but when you do so, you must be fully engaged with those ideas. You must have a critical depth of understanding. You must be able to go beyond saying critical race theory, my children will not be taught that, you're shoving it down our throats and we want this out of our schools. If you ask any one of those protesters what critical race theory was, they would not be able to tell you. They would give you the common punchline, the slanted rhetoric that is circulating in the public discourse. Critical race theory is wrong. They hate America. They want Black people to take over. We want a real America back. They're not patriotic. So if we're really to understand racial equity issues under the current political and social climate, we must understand context. Another thing that's happening, and I'm pointing to all of these things just to set up why these discussions are important. Another thing that's happening, and we're engaged with this dialogue, but we're not even paying attention to a dialogue that is occurring that is essential to our representational democracy. We're really fighting over whether or not people have the right to vote. There have been repressive voting laws either enacted or under consideration in 48 states. Under the neutral guise of providing better access, providing better identification, enhancing our democracy, making sure we get rid of fraud. And so one thing that is circulating is this notion of fraud, called in the public media the big lie. There was a case, Shelby County versus Holder, 2013, just 8 years ago, which really starts us on this road. And that's a recent case, but I want to sort of connect it to other things. So I talked about the first Reconstruction. Part of the Reconstruction was the abolition of slavery, the 13th Amendment, equal citizenship, the 14th Amendment, and due process. And then the 15th Amendment passed in 1870, giving men and the recently emancipated slaves, who men, the right to vote. That's another discussion we could have about, decades and decades later, women getting the right to vote. And then African-American women in that struggle were displaced as well because of race and gender. This notion of intersectionality. I'll mention that a little bit later as well. But this case, Shelby County versus Holder, was an interesting case. And it really starts us down this road. There are 3 or 4, 5. We could have the discussion on each of these cases. But there was a major case decided just 2 weeks ago, Bronick versus the Democratic National Committee, which actually totally guts the Voting Rights Act, Section 2. And it says it makes it much harder to look at disparate impact on voters. The court says a mere inconvenience is not enough to raise to the standard of a violation under Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act. An opinion by Justice Alito, 6-3 majority. And so we see the Supreme Court confirmation hearing process as essential as well. We could have another discussion on that. But this Shelby case is so important because it does 2 things. One, it focuses and categorizes and catalogs our history of voting rights. But it also points the way for the Roberts Court's post-racial interpretation of the Voting Rights Act. So, we could go through this as well, but every 15 to 20 years, we amend the Voting Rights Act. And the last time we did it was in 2006. Some of the states in what we call covered jurisdictions, those jurisdictions that have a history of discrimination in terms of voters, they have to go and get what we call pre-clearance. You have to go to a federal court in DC or the Department of Justice and say, we want to make this change. We realize the impact and we have this history of discrimination, but we're not discriminating this time. And the federal court will look at it, or the Department of Justice, and sign off on it. So that is a covered jurisdiction under Section 4. Section 5 looks at the pre-clearance requirements. Section 4 is what was gutted in Shelby. The US Supreme Court basically said that, yeah, discrimination exists, but all of that stuff was in the past. Lynching, poll taxes, voter intimidation, all of that stuff, yeah, it happened, but there's a line in the decision that says history does not end in 1965. This is Chief Justice Roberts talking. And he says, look at all the progress. We have mayors, we have state representatives, we have people on school boards who are people of color. And so all of this voting rights stuff and states having to go to ask permission to make changes in voting laws is really outdated. Unless you can show us some current discrimination, some current needs that need to be remedied, we are going to hold this to be unconstitutional. So notice what the states are doing. They made an argument that says, we are basically being discriminated against. This is a state making this argument, saying that we are under the constant perpetual supervision of the federal government, and this is unfair to us. You're targeting us out. You're not targeting Ohio, you're not targeting Rhode Island. Just because we're Texas or Georgia or Virginia or North Carolina and we have this history, you're making it difficult for us to exercise our state power, our sovereignty under a notion of federalism. And Chief Justice Roberts buys this argument. He says there's this new thing he makes up, and he calls it the equal sovereignty principle, meaning that all states should be treated equally, and you're actually discriminating against the state if you're looking at this old voting discrimination from years and years ago and automatically amending the Voting Rights Act. You're undermining state power. And so he says that Section 4 of the Voting Rights Act is unconstitutional. And when he does that, the whole coverage formula is thrown out. And by implication, Section 5, which deals with the pre-clearance procedure, that's gutted too, because if you don't know how the covered jurisdictions will ask for pre-clearance, pre-clearance becomes a nullity. Now, the US Supreme Court covers itself by saying, well, Congress can deal with this. This is outside of our institutional expertise and we'll let Congress do it. And so for years, immediately after that decision, you have states like North Carolina, you've heard about the voting discrimination there. Texas is doing it, Georgia. They immediately started changing their voting rules and regulations under the guise of stomping out fraud. Now, if you want to have a debate on that, we can, but there's statistics showing that fraud is nearly non-existent, virtually doesn't exist, and you have people in the president's own cabinet saying that this was one of the safest, fairest, and fundamentally non-fraudulent voting cycles that we've had in our history. The Brennan Center has a tabulation every week about voting rights suppression across the country. And it also talks about fraud, which is virtually non-existent. So the big lie. And then we have the rise of white supremacy. And we saw that during the Trump administration, and this notion of fear of changing demographics. So all of this fits into this dialogue. One of the last things that President Trump did was he issued a proclamation across the United States educational institutions saying critical race theory shall be forbidden. And you know how that resonates if the president has the bully pulpit to put that out in the public marketplace. And so universities and colleges and some high schools, junior high schools, they were very afraid. Any mention of critical race theory will bring down a sanction upon you. That was a proclamation he made. Also, he did something called the 1776 study, which was designed to refute 1619, which he said was just hateful. And 1619 has caused controversy in a number of different quarters, from Hannah Nicole Jones's denial of tenure at the University of North Carolina to this debate about whether or not the 1619 project is even valid because it tries to make connections between slavery and the present day effects of past discrimination even today. So that's an ongoing debate. And within all of this swirl, we have critical race theory. Now, I've noticed, I just took a brief look at the legislation, and there's legislation pending in Kentucky on a number of levels. But two things are really striking to me about that legislation. We could have an entire discussion about the legislation and going point by point. It is really rooted in individualism and the First Amendment, which is breathtaking to me that it even got this far. I think that it's going, if we get to litigation, I think it'll be unconstitutional, even with a conservative court. Because if you go through all of the legislation, it really tries to codify stereotypical notions of people of color. It tries to codify hyperbole in the public discourse, does not even define critical race theory, but uses all of the catchphrase: hate America, revising history, teaching Black children how to hate themselves. So this notion of self-stigmatization is utterly breathtaking to me. I don't understand how someone could hate themselves from learning a complete history of the country. And there's another thing circulating around that people of color hate the United States. I differ with that proposition. I think people of color love the United States probably at least as much as, if not more than, anyone else. Think about it. To come here and chattel slavery, not the immigrant experience that you get when you talk about the Statue of Liberty. To live under slavery for over 200 years, then when you finally get free, new mechanisms are thought. The Black codes. From there, if that doesn't work, we'll do Jim Crow. If that doesn't work, we'll call it something else. And so each and every time you have a system of subjugation, oppression, and suppression reinventing itself and targeting people of color and the poor, and so there are a number of things that critical race theory has been characterized as. One is Marxist. And so I asked myself, well, what is Marxism? People say that, well, what is Marxism? You notice whenever someone says something critical in this debate, and this happens time and time again, you get the catchphrase and it's like a aha, got you moment, and then there's no critical analysis. So we're all capitalists here. I like money, like everyone. Everyone likes a nice car and a house. Everyone likes to chase the American dream. And so Marxism on some level is that, Karl Marx. And so there's this blurring of the line. I should also take an aside and talk about critical legal studies. That's where this catchphrase comes from. Aha, Marxist. And so critical legal studies was a group of white scholars, you characterize them as hippies or whatever, but they critiquing structures, policies, and systems of American law. And they did so on a number of levels. They accept neutrality as something that's good. There's this presumption of neutrality, and their whole argument is that courts aren't really looking at rights in the right way, and if we can just get a more critical understanding of how rights functions, the law is really neutral, and we can come to a better day. And we also look at class differences, and that's where Marxism comes in, because they critique capitalism as subjugating people of color, and the poor in order to keep the system going. So they view it totally as a class conflict. And so there were some critical race theorists who were involved in this early discussion, but they broke away. They broke away from their white colleagues because they said, yeah, you're doing all of this conceptualization, but you accept a lot of things as neutral that we really want to critique. And the reason you accept those things as neutral is because you fail to conceptualize race. You fail to conceptualize structural inequality and how it works. So critical race theorists look at race and they may look at a number of different theories. But they believe in capitalism, but they critique capitalism as a form of subjugation. And you could not be a true critical theorist if you did not look at structural inequality, if you did not look at the impact on people of color, if you did not look at economics and critique it. And so that's what this notion of Marxism is, but critical race theory is not Marxist. There was a general who testified, General Mueller, I'm probably pronouncing his name wrong, but he was testifying in front of Congress about the critical race theorist debate, and a congressman said, aha, Marxism, it's Marxism, you're teaching Marxism to American military. And the general said, I've read Marx, I've read Mao, I've met a number of different things, but that doesn't make me a Marxist. So I think this essentialist, literal, formalistic argument that people are making that, oh, critical race theory is Marxism, misses the point, is incomplete, and not critically nuanced. So that's one. The other thing is, if you talk about critical race theory, you hate white people, you hate America, and you hate the American way of life. That is not true. And this notion that critical race theory hates white people really tracks how this legislation has been drafted. If you look at the legislation, it is designed to protect hurt feelings. It's designed to obscure the discussion about race and have candid discussion. It's designed to insulate candid exchanges that may be difficult and awkward based upon personal feelings. One thing that critical race theory does is it rejects this notion of what we call liberal individualism. In other words, the individual is above everything else. And even the US Supreme Court advances liberal individualism when it says the Constitution protects individuals, not groups. So notice what that proposition does. The US Supreme Court never really talks about structural inequality. It views discrimination as an aberration, something that happens every now and then and should be addressed if you can prove it with so much specificity, so much clarity, so much particularity that there's no other way to explain it. So there's another discussion we could have again about discriminatory intent, which is probably the highest level to show that discrimination exists. So it really is not hating white people or hating America. It's looking at structures of inequality. So it's not pointing at a white person saying, you're white, you must be racist. We're looking at how structures work. So for example, if I was a critical race theorist and my venue was housing discrimination, I would look at a recent opinion called Inclusive Communities that is handed down by the US Supreme Court. That sounds good on its face. It says that we are going to recognize disparate impact in the housing industry. That sounds great. But if you're a housing law scholar, you would know the underlying statutory debate. The Trump administration changed all the rules to establish disparate impact in housing law. And this Supreme Court case was supposed to clean that up. But when the court did that, Trump administration comes back and issues some federal regulations that makes it virtually impossible even to prove disparate impact. And if you go to the Federal Register, the preface in the regulation itself says it's going to be really difficult to prove housing discrimination. We know that. And that's why we're doing it. So a critical race theorist would take that and look at housing discrimination. Notice, I'm not saying I hate America, I hate the Fair Housing Administration. I'm saying this is how the Fair Housing Administration operates to impact people of color and those who are excluded. So that is the thing that critical race theory does. Now, critical race theory is not taught in elementary school or kindergarten or high school. I know that your curriculum deals with diversity, inclusion, equity, and a full recounting of the way that history works. And so what is really troubling to me about this discussion that we're having is that you have the state in the position of telling you what the curriculum should be, what the content should be, selectively picking and choosing components of American history for presentation so that no one's feelings would be hurt. Think of how outraged we would be if we had some legislation in front of us or a legislative enactment in front of us where we had a legislator saying, yeah, you can teach chemistry, but you can't teach about moles and molecules. That's going to offend some people. And in order to be able to teach it, we need to excise this content of chemistry. Or if you're going to teach government, we don't want you to teach separation of powers. That would get into too many complicated and difficult and awkward discussions. We're just going to skip that. And you just referenced that we have 3 components of government: legislative, executive, and judicial, and leave it at that. And you can go on, whether the topic is complex and controversial or straightforward. There's a danger here where you have the state picking and choosing what topics are covered, what is appropriate and what is not, what is subjectively offensive or not, what is history. So there is a First Amendment component here as well. Freedom of thought, freedom of speech, the expertise of teachers in the classroom. There has to be some independence and autonomy in terms of our teachers to determine the destiny of our children. We trust in the expertise of the teachers to educate our children. And legislators do not craft the curriculum, and neither do parents. And I know that parents are concerned about their education, but you entrust the public school system or the private school system or the charter school system with the education of your child. And some of that means a delicate balance, a collaboration between teacher and parent. But it does not mean that the curriculum is determined by people outside of the educational process. So the First Amendment actually prohibits the state from compelling people to think in a certain way. So there's no indoctrination here, no compelled view here. Getting a complete full view of history allows the student to make his or her, whatever appropriate pronoun, determination about their destiny in American society, and it helps them to develop as true citizens. So history must be complete. American history is not a resume with American exceptionalism as the defining principle. America is not right all of the time. A person isn't right all of the time. And so this discussion and this legislation should not be an attempt to codify a set of grievances. If we're truly in the American tradition, it means we embrace our history, we critique it, we try to make American democracy and polity better so that it is truly inclusive. And so that is what critical race theory is. It is a set of principles or theories that critique the structuralism in American society through laws, policies, and systems that continue to oppress to this day. And so it looks at inequality broad. And there are a number of tenets. I brought some of my books there. There are a lot of books. This is a whole library. And this isn't anything new. What's really another thing that's striking to me about this debate is critical race theory has been around for over 3 decades. I mean, some people trace the roots to 1989. There was a conference at the University of Wisconsin-Madison with Derek Bell, Richard Delgado, some of the younger students at that time who are now professors. And this was a scholarship conference, and it was a break away from critical legal studies. This is when the tension started. And so 1989, there was this workshop where critical race theorists said, well, we need to conceptualize this more and we need to include race. And some critical legal studies scholars helped them put on this workshop. And another thing I want to say is critical race theory is not perfect. There are a number of different scholars writing in this area with a number of different theories. No one totally agrees with each other, and that's what professors do. That's what they talk about. So it's not just critical race theory, it's Lat crit theory, it's Asian crit, it's queer crit, it's empirical crit, Lat crit. There are different schools of thought, but all of them engage structural inequality in some manifestation and try to critique that. So let me end with some of the general propositions and then talk about where do we go from here. So one thing that critical race theory does is it says that racism is ordinary. And really that's why I'm here and why we're having this discussion and why there's that blow up at the previous school board meeting, and that's why this is all fraught. Because racism is ordinary and very difficult to address because it's not acknowledged. So this critical race theory debate is interesting, but to me, it's really a trope for something else that's going on, which is we don't need to talk about racism anymore. I'm tired of it. There's an entire law review article by a critical race scholar called Racial Exhaustion. His name is Darren Hutchinson. Now he's a critical race theorist, but he's a queer wit as well. So he's Black, he's intersectional, and he's dealing with all of these issues. And he writes in terms of equal protection, but also queer identity as well. So that's just an example of one of many scholars who's doing this. But he talks about something called racial exhaustion. And that really explains why we are in the third Reconstruction. Think about it, this is the third time we've done this. We've got out of the civil rights era, that was Reconstruction 2. We got out of the Civil War, that was 1. And we're still really having these same debates. If you looked at the legislative history in 1883 or 1875, 1870, same thing. Talking about it probably in flowery terms, people don't talk that way anymore, but they're talking about the same thing. How much progress should be made? How do we incorporate people of color? Why do we always have to talk about race? Can't we do it in a way that sort of looks like the way that we did it before, but call it something else and everyone will be happy because that discussion won't be one based upon race? So these discussions are not new. And I think we should all be aware that, yeah, we're talking about critical race theory, but there's something deeper going on here. And that is, how do we deal with this racial reckoning? How do we deal with a society that is transforming? And, all of the discussions that we have, all of the codification, we're not going to be able to stop this progression because we are at a point where this is an existential discussion to me about what American democracy is. And so we have a choice to make. What is America? And we may all have different views about that, but the only way that we'll move forward, along with our different views, is if we understand America as inclusive. So one thing that critical race theory says is racism is ordinary and difficult to address because it can't be acknowledged. And some of these discussions really illustrate that. Another one is interest convergence. Now, this is going to cause some controversy, but it's been around for years. Derek Bell, many years ago, like in the 70s, wrote that Brown versus Board of Education, yeah, it's a nice decision, but basically a failure. Now think about this. This is like early 70s he wrote this. Caused an outrage. And it was really outrageous because he used to work for the Legal Defense Fund and litigated some of these cases. But by 1975, you see that school integration isn't going to work. I'll note my own bias. I've written numerous articles about how school desegregation gets to a certain point and then changes. So there was almost a 15-year period where nothing happened on school desegregation, from Brown all the way to 1968, a case called Green. And that case said, even the Supreme Court is exasperated at this point. It says, we want you to eliminate dual school systems and eliminate them root and branch with plans that promise to work realistically. And the word now is italicized. So think 1968, it's been 14 years since Brown and no movement. There was movement on a neutral level, school choice, academic academies, transfer plans, closing entire school districts and saying, well, we'll just build something new, call it something else, and you go over there and you're still doing the same thing. So that's 1968. And then 6 years later, you have this case called Milliken versus Bradley. Happens in Detroit, Michigan, probably the worst school desegregation case ever, because it says interdistrict school remedies must stop at the school district line. Without any interdistrict discrimination, there is no interdistrict effect, and you cannot have school desegregation plans that unite the inner city with the suburbs. The suburbs are innocent. They haven't participated in segregating schools. And I do a whole article that shows how that's not true. You have the city of Detroit, the state of Michigan, all working together, but that's another study. But this stops school desegregation at the district line. And then in the 70s to the 90s, you have the federal courts, including the Supreme Court, moving backwards, saying, well, we've done all we can. We can't keep supervising these school districts. It's all a matter of choice anyway. And so another reason why critical race theory is important is it helps you analyze the law and how the US Supreme Court exercise its judgment. You take any school desegregation case, an amazing thing about it is it really doesn't talk about housing. It doesn't talk about the connection between housing, redlining, and school districts. Critical race theorists identified that critical analytical connection and unpacked it in a number of articles. So critical race theorists are always seeking to critique the law and open it up and look at systems that subordinate. Interest convergence means that there's little incentive to eradicate racism unless it aligns with white interests. Now, when Derek Bell said that, everyone said, woo. But he looks at Brown versus Board of Education. When does that happen? 1954. We're in the Cold War, and we're across Europe lecturing people on equality, democratic principles, education. And you have Khrushchev saying, yeah, that's nice, you're lecturing me on this, but look at your people of color. Look at your Black people, what are they doing? And so the State Department has these discussions that, hey, we're looking bad. This decision needs to come out the white race. So there are a number of scholars, Derek Bell, Mary Duziak, they do this interest convergence notion and say that Brown, certainly a landmark decision, decided the correct way, but the result is secondary to the alignment with white interests. So that's an example of interest convergence. Another is race is socially constructed. which means society invents race to advance its own interests. So if I teach a class called Race and the Law, which is closely connected to critical race theory, but it looks at race and the law. And I look at each pan-ethnic group. You say Black people, but African Americans, Caribbean Americans, Latino, I'm talking about Mexican Americans, Venezuelans, Asian Americans, Japanese, Chinese, Asian Pacific Americans, and indigenous people. Look at those 4 groups. And across those 4 groups, I take the law and look at how it is created and used to subjugate those groups. If we look at indigenous people, there's a whole chapter on a series of treaties that sound good to Native American people, that they negotiate with the United States. The United States pulls back, reinterprets them. When there's an argument, then we get to the violence. Okay, you don't agree with this piece of paper? This is how we're going to do it. So there's a whole notion of treaties, relocation, assimilation, annihilation, and then it swings back and forth. So that racial history is different than what you have with African Americans. They start with chattel slavery, and then we move through there. Or Asian Americans. We want them to come when we need labor, transatlantic railroad, but we don't want them after we finish the railroad, Chinese Exclusion Act. Or Mexican Americans, we have to sort of figure out how we get Mexico and Arizona. And so there's an interesting discussion about treaties and citizenship and who gets to belong and whether federal citizenship means the same thing as state citizenship. So in each of these groups, you have racializing, how they're conceived in society. And this isn't an antiquated concept. You look again at language and where this discussion is taking place. Chinese flu, where do you think that comes from? That is old, but is new when you unpack it and use it in a time of crisis like the pandemic. Black Lives Matter, liberation, struggle, protest in the finest sense of First Amendment, political speech. But then you turn that inside out, you emphasize Black, and you say they are using this as violence. And you're really in bad shape when you have President Putin quoting from the Trump playbook about race, when he says that these are patriots simply coming to the United States Capitol to look at freedom. But you have Blacks as criminalized. We can have an entire discussion about criminal law. But race is socially constructed. That's another tenet of critical race theory. Another thing is intersectionality. In other words, it's just not race in isolation, it's race and. So race and gender comes to mind. When we talk about African-American women or other women of color, they're treated differently than white women. And the reason that they are is because of race, but it's this unique interplay between race and gender that structures their positionality in society. So no person has a single, easily stated unitary identity. And so critical race theory tries to do some of that work of looking at race and other relationships. And then finally, and in the early years of critical race theory, there was a lot of criticism about it even being a discipline. A number of white scholars, you can pull this up if you have Westlaw, Lexis, or something like that. A number of white scholars in the beginning would just say, yeah, discrimination exists. You're making too big of a deal about it. You're just telling stories that you can't substantiate. So this is purely anecdotal, and you can make the story go any way you want to. So how is it scholarship? But that isn't what critical race theory is doing. Critical race theory is saying that the unique voice of people of color should be acknowledged. These are not anecdotes, but substantive examples of structural inequality. So if there are stories to be told about how an economic policy impacts people of color or the poor, that is something that should be explored, and critical race theory does that. Now, those are only 5 tenets. I think if you look at any of these books or looked up anything, you would see those 5 tenets, but maybe different variations. But those are the things that come up in the literature and the law review articles and in the books. And so just let me finish with this. I think that it's important, whatever perspective you have, to treat and engage this discussion critically and analytically. It is not enough to come out and say, aha, Marxist, or you hate all white people, or you're rewriting history. So you're not rewriting history when you say the founders had some problems. They didn't look at everyone in this room. When they signed the Declaration of Independence, they had their slaves whip them to cook their meals in the evening. What is that? When Thomas Jefferson died, they had to sell off his slaves to settle his debts. What is that? And he fathered children with Sally Hemings, and that's nothing. I'm not making that up. There's a National Book Winning Award and a Pulitzer Prize winning award book that documents that. So these things are nothing new. What we're talking about is really including a comprehensive history. So we're not teaching critical race theory to our students before they're able to deal with it, because this is a law school, graduate school course. And I should also say, it's not just in law schools and graduate schools, it's in economics, it's in education. This is broad, interdisciplinary, transdisciplinary study that is valid, comprehensive, and should be engaged by our students, but when they can deal with it. So we're not compelling a particular viewpoint on students. We should have a complete history. Some of the history books that I've seen are incomplete, I'll put it that way. And you just can't have a book that just talks about slavery and this happened and that was that. And so I'll show you that I'm objective too. A lot of people say, well, you just have this one people. When I teach critical race theory, I give my students the 1619 project. And when the 1776 project came out, I gave them that too. And they looked at it and compared it. Now, certainly I have a bias toward it, but the 1776 project was not scholarly, not critical analytically, not really well written. And it was just a reactionary response to the 1619 project. So if you disagree with the 1619 project, I tell my students, then engage it critically. Don't say, well, this scholar just did this and I know he writes this way and he's Black, so he thinks this way and that's that. Or he hates America. So one thing that the 1776 project does is it acknowledges slavery, it acknowledges discrimination, but it does so as sort of unfortunate incidents in American history. Let's move on. And if you talk about that too much, you're not a patriot. So that's the general tenor of that. And so I think it's important for students to engage that. And you know, that isn't critical race theory. That is a complete engagement with history. And so we shouldn't be constrained by labels is what I want to say. So education means education. Empowering our students means empowering our students, but they cannot be empowered to be enlightened citizens unless they understand the complex histories, nuances, contradictions, hypocrisies, dichotomies of American history. Because with all of its warts, we're all here. And there's certainly something to celebrate. We've had progress, we've had achievements, but our major goal should be not to go back, not to regress, not to forget. And the only way we do that is if we have a complete, full, and accurate history. Thank you very much.
I would like to thank you for being here this evening. This was a learning opportunity for us as we continue to hear some words used. And our work is about education, and we have to understand the vocabulary and what the words actually mean. I had an opportunity to participate in a discussion with Dr. Powell for a Metro Council Diversity and Inclusion Committee with Metro Councilwoman Paula McCraney. And when I heard him speak, I was just overwhelmed with the knowledge that he walked with. And no question went unanswered. And I felt that our board deserved this opportunity to hear his voice as we move forward, because we do have work to do. And it's important that we are clear on what words mean and how they are used. So, Dr. Powell, I would like to thank you for being with us this evening. I would like to give the board an opportunity, if they have a question, to ask that at this time. But I personally think that this is the right time for us to hear about all the topics that you have mentioned this evening, and incorporating many visions and strategies as we have gotten here today. So I thank you for being here this evening. I will ask if there are any questions or comments from the board, and then I will let Dr. Polio close this session out. Questions or comments from the board? Ms. Duncan.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Wonderfully informative. I did want to ask you a question though. When you talked, you were pretty firm about the fact that there is no fraud. No fraud, I guess, has been found among the states in the election. But our own Secretary of State identified 400,000 people on the rolls to purge. So when you have 400,000 in one state, doesn't that look like a potential for fraud? I mean, whether it occurred or not, couldn't you say that there's a real potential that fraud could have been there?
Well, so I didn't get a chance to sort of I'm working on this chapter now. I'll just say this is my bias. So I'm working on the chapter now, and I'm doing this thing on voter purges, and that argument comes up. And there's a difference between wholesale fraud, the literature says, and retail fraud. So the wholesale fraud is like stealing the ballots and going to this locked room in a warehouse and then counting them and then working on the machine. And then there's the retail thing, like people with type of thing. I think the voting system is imperfect, but I think there's some danger in the argument that, well, we found these imperfections here, it must be nationwide. The potential of fraud equals fraud. And I'll direct you to this. There's a place called the Brennan Center for Constitutional Rights. Every week they do a tabulation of voting fraud. And so I think, yeah, maybe there might be some voting fraud that was identified, but I don't think you say the possibility of fraud equals fraud. And the reason I'm saying that is there's this case called Husted, Husted. He was the Secretary of State of Ohio versus A. Philip Randolph Corporation. And so what you said is what the Supreme Court said, and I disagree with that. And so I'm saying my bias. In that case, there was a voting purge statute in Ohio, similar to what we have in Kentucky, and they purged over 1 million voters. And Justice Alito writes this opinion where he talks about the possibility of fraud. No one really said that there was fraud or anything. It was a statute under the National Voting Rights Act that says if you don't My mic has been cut. Okay. If you don't vote in 2 election cycles, you'll be taken off the polls. And so there's this it's a big argument about what does non-voting mean. And if you don't vote and not send back the card, does that mean you didn't vote? But it goes back and forth. But anyway, Justice Alito takes the position that you're taking, that the possibility of fraud means that there could be widespread fraud. I push back on that and say, well, if you do that, you have this broad sweeping legislation that impacts eligible voters, and the court really didn't even listen to that argument. It just said the pot. Another thing that happened, that just happened, this just happened 2 weeks ago. This will illustrate your point. There's another case called Bronick versus Democratic National Convention. BRNOVICH versus Democratic National Convention. About 2 weeks ago, Justice Alito says, the states can do what they want to in dealing with fraud. And we want to be proactive, and we're not going to bother states. And if that means that there is some type of impact, that's fine, but you have to show a really, really bad impact. So I'm a long-winded way of saying, I understand what you're saying about fraud. I think that's a valid point, but I think if you expand that argument too much, you're going to impact eligible voters that should be voting. So I'm really skeptical about using voter purges as a means of voter suppression. And that's my own bias. I sort of go through this analysis. The case is called Husted, which says you could ferret out fraud the way you want to, and someone simply not voting is okay. And we'll base the address change on that. And my concern is if you expand that argument so much that you can displace eligible voters. But even with that 400,000, I really encourage everyone to look at the Brennan Center statute. Fraud very rarely occurs. I mean, what's circulating in the public discourse is like dead people are voting. There's a secret place where they work on machines and we get the votes that way, or there's a big stack of boxes that we haven't identified in some seaport in New York that if we look, there'll be 7 million votes. All of these things really confuse the issue. So I think the possibility of fraud argument is one that is valid, but can be expanded so much that I think it would impact voting in a negative way.
Well, thank you. And can I follow that up with
Sure.
another question? What do you think of the argument that's emerging that equitable treatment is not constitutional?
That
Because
what?
equitable treatment is not constitutional because equal treatment is what is in the Constitution, not equitable treatment. And that somebody has taken that, has begun the process of challenging that.
Yeah, I don't know. So that's one of those things. So that's what I was trying to underscore when I was talking about catchphrases and stuff. So what distinction is the person making between equity and equality? And then I could respond. So is equality meaning that everyone has to totally, absolutely be equal? And so we know that that's almost impossible. And then what is equity? Is equity sort of proportionately looking at where people are and then giving them? So I don't, see, that's the problem with those type of arguments. If you don't understand, and it's obvious I don't, if you don't understand the underlying meanings of those terms, you can't really critically assess them. So I would need to know what is the distinction that person is making between equity and equality.
Well, I don't know that much about it.
So yeah,
I wish I knew more to ask.
But that's not, and that's not against you. I'm just illustrating that that's the way things circulate. And so I'm sure that the person said it with clarity and certainty, equity and equality, and everyone equal, and equity must be unconstitutional. And so that's that. But I'm just suggesting that you need to critically unpack that and sort of define the terms, and then we can engage with the debate. Now, just a side thing, I'm talking on. There is and I think that issue, this is a good question because this issue may be resolved. It hasn't happened yet. We thought the Supreme Court would take the case, but Asian American students have sued Harvard University. And they did that because Harvard University's diversity and inclusion plan has been held up as the model ever since Bakke all the way through. But now you have Asian Americans saying we're being discriminated against. Interesting reverse discrimination claim, Not because we did bad and you let us in, because we do so well and we're displacing white people, and that shows that this is unconstitutional. But what that does is it sets up a hierarchy between people of color. And so you have the very quote model minority, Asian American, challenging affirmative action. And again, this public debate, you look at all Asian Americans don't support this. They support affirmative action. They're against the reverse discrimination. So, but that has some of the equity, equality notion that you're talking about as well. And that may be decided next year by the Supreme Court. Wasn't accepted this time, but it's out there. So the question you raise is important and valid. Yes.
Thank you.
Other questions, board member Craig?
We heard from Dr. Cleveland at Eastern Kentucky University earlier to reorient us on some of the equity work, the language that we're doing. I appreciate your putting the current CRT debate in its proper historical context. I'm curious what your advice might be to us as a Board of Education in the current political climate that we find ourselves in. There are 675,000 students and schools in the state of Kentucky and 100,000 here. We educate more African-American students than any other school district in the state, and our board meetings are now being disrupted by those propagating these malicious, terrible falsehoods. As an academic, I'm curious as to your opinion on what our role is here going forward, besides just putting our heads down and doing the work that we're already doing.
Well, I think we have to get out there more, and I fully support the board. And you know, sometimes you have academics and they're looking at it from afar. So my son graduated from Manual, so I'm well aware of JCPS, and I think it's an excellent school district. And I think it's a shame that meetings have been disrupted, but we have to do more education there. And I hate even to say that, but because we can't convert everyone, we need to make the practical argument that we're educating our students and we're giving them the full education that they need, that we're not picking and choosing topics. We are giving them a comprehensive education in a world that's changing. And if you want your student to be a well-rounded citizen, a public citizen, someone who is engaged, someone who will make the community better, they have to have this full education. And, you know, we can't have this discussion around fraught terms and emotional terms. I think maybe the people who disrupted that meeting, they may not even have children in the school board, because it was just extraordinary to me that they would try to intimidate you from doing your job. And you know, this isn't something lucrative that you're doing or something you want on your resume. You're doing this hard work day in and day out because you care about children. And you know, the major great things in life aren't things that you sort of get credit for or an award. It's this day in and day out work that helps to make our students better. So I think more education. I think get some legislators to provide some cover. You know, John Yarmouth, Charles Booker, Attica Scott. They need to be in on this. Ms. Mackenzie Cantrell. Those type of people who have progressive views, they need to be engaged in this debate and help give you cover in order to educate constituencies. Because I think you need help. You can't do it all alone. And there are probably different perspectives on this board, and that's fine. But you are all united in the common cause of educating students. And that education means a complete exposure to all ideas so that they can critically assess them for themselves. And I think if we keep saying we want our students to be independent, we want them to be well educated, we want them to be able to adapt and engage in the 21st century, that's a winning argument. And hopefully the people who disrupted the meeting they're outliers because they're not talking about that. I think if they were here and we were trying to engage it, it would be pointless because they don't want to know what the meaning of critical race theory is. They already know what it means. It means something about race that I don't like and I'm being displaced and it's not 1954 anymore. And so a lot of people are going to have to come to grip with that, and how they do on some level, that's up to them. But we have to really focus on the majority of people who want our children to do well. So I would say partnerships across the board. With the University of Louisville, I know you have this course on diversity and equity. So education, but political muscle too, by getting legislators behind us. I mean, there should be people speaking out. The mayor should be speaking out. Look, it's fine to disagree, but you don't disagree through intimidation. If you have some ideas that are worthwhile, then come and share them. And it shows that you have no ideas if you just have a sign and you're screaming, no critical race theory. You should be able to say, well, this is what I don't like about it. I don't like being taught that Thomas Jefferson had slaves. Okay, we can have that debate. So how do we unpack that? But it can't be no critical race theory. You're teaching children how to hate themselves, and we need to protect them from their own feelings. They do not fully develop if they are not fully engaged with the curriculum. So a long-winded way of saying tough road. I hope we get help, and I'm willing to help in any way I can.
Okay, other comments before I turn it over to Dr. Polio? Dr. Shule.
Thank you, Chair Porter. Professor Powell, this too is my second or third time hearing you speak, and I am thrilled that you're here, and I'm glad that this is on the record for our community to hear, and I hope that we will inundate Twitter and Facebook and Instagram live stories with this information, because I think it will go a long way in informing people of goodwill what critical race theory is, what we are attempting to do in arming our students to be critical thinkers and to understand the nuances of history. So thank you so very much for being here with us today and helping us be better stewards of the educational trust in this city.
Well, thank you very much. That's very nice of you. I appreciate it. Very gracious.
Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Polio, but before I do so, in case you don't know and in case you can't tell, this is a professor from the University of Louisville School of Law, Brandeis School of Law. So thank you so much for the presentation. Dr. Polio.
Thank you, Dr. Powell. We appreciate that fantastic presentation and
Thank you.
educating all of us on the history of this concept. I think tonight we've gotten a good picture of the history of CRT, but also racial equity and our work and how important it is. So we want to thank you for this work and all that you've done for us.
Thank you so much.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, thank you so much.
Thank
and
you.
Answer our call if we call back again.
Oh, sir.
We might need to learn some more. So thank you so much for being with us this evening. Thank you. We're going to quickly move on to our agenda. Dr. Polio is going to introduce strategic planning, and I think Dr. Dossett is going to give us some information this evening. Also would like the understanding that we are going to have a meeting, a special call meeting just to deal with our strategic planning, because in situations like this, when it gets to this time, we are here, but strategic planning is extremely important for the work that we do in the district. So they're going to share some information tonight, but we're going to schedule a special call to our session just to deal with strategic planning. Don't have the date yet, but it'll be the normal, probably 4:30 time, but I won't say that either. So I'll turn it over to Dr. Polio, and after this presentation, then we will move on to close this meeting. Dr. Polio.
Thank you, Chair Porter. One of the things that we've talked about multiple times is making sure that we have a shared strategic plan from the board. And we started that conversation at our last meeting, but did not able to have a lot of conversation. So we had that. We do want to be able to give you plenty of time where we listen to you. I think that we don't want to be the ones giving a presentation. We want to be the ones listening to you. And as Chair Porter said, we want to make sure we have plenty of time to do that. So what I'd like to do, we're going to tee up the questions for you today. I would like Dr. Dossett to share these questions with you to begin thinking about it. We will have a specially called session in the next couple of weeks, 2 to 3 weeks, or right around hopefully before the start of school, where we can get your feedback on it. And these questions will give you plenty of time to think and bring those to you. So Dr. Dossett, if you could read these questions to our board members, then we'll close out from here and give you the opportunity to come back, really tee up some of these thoughts over the next few weeks and bring them back to us at a specially called meeting. Dr. Dossett.
Sure. Thank you, Dr. Folio. As you mentioned before, we presented a framework for how we could begin the conversation around the strategic plan at the last board meeting. And so what we tried to capture here this evening is some of the feedback that we thought we heard from you from the first meeting on June 22nd. And so our reflection of what we heard from the board at that meeting was that we wanted to make sure that we promoted a deeper understanding of the framework that we presented and how the strategic plan has evolved from Vision 2020 to where we're headed in the future. We also heard that we wanted to make sure that the board is a more active participant in the planning process and elevating student voice in the future state groups. And then the strategic plan was an important piece of feedback that we heard from you. And then lastly, develop a wide scale and inclusive community involvement to reach out to our partners and stakeholders to make sure that there's strong input from the community as we develop the plan. So what we've put together tonight, because this is your board retreat and we'll have further conversations, it sounds like, moving forward, but what we put together tonight was some proposed guiding questions for you to consider in terms of giving input back to staff on the strategic plan. So this is not an exhaustive list of questions. It's just some a starting place for us. And again, this is our plan together. So we don't have to address every question. We can change them, add them, delete them, do whatever we need to for this. But here's our list of proposed guiding questions. So the first, and no particular order, but I'll just read them to you. The new strategic plan is built on the foundation of Vision 2020. So are there components of the mission, vision, and core values that we want to review or revise? What outcomes do you desire for our students, families, schools, and district? What do you want to make sure that staff includes in the strategic planning process, both the process as well as the plan? When reviewing the strategic plan framework that was presented last time, what's missing or needs further consideration? We talked briefly last time about a learner-centric plan. And so that learner-centric plan puts the learner at the center of our work. How do we accomplish this? What would you like to see to know that the learners are at the center of this work? And then how does the board, both individually and collectively, want to engage with staff and the community in developing the new strategic plan? So those are just some starter questions from the feedback that we heard at the last meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Dossett. So what we would ask of you, obviously, is to begin thinking about these If you would like we once again want this to be where we listen to you as a board about the direction. So these are just open-ended questions that we have teed up to begin the conversation. Over the next 2 weeks, if you would like to add a question, delete a question, if there's something that would a question or a topic that would help you in our strategic planning process, please let us know that and we will add this to the list. This will be our starting point. Obviously, we want to have good in-depth conversations, so not cover too many open-ended questions. But we felt like this is what we heard from you. So we want to give you time to digest these questions, think about it, and have a good 2-hour session that we can devote specifically to this work. And then we can hear you and then bring back to you what we heard from you and incorporate it in the development of the process moving forward. Thank you, Chair Porter.
Any questions of Dr. Dossett before, she's given us our homework assignment, but do you have any questions before we start working on our assignment? Dr. Chris?
I'm sorry, I may have missed this. Did you say how long in advance before we have our special meeting we should submit answers to these, or are we just gonna talk about our answers at that meeting?
Say the question again.
Or should we submit responses to these questions before our 2-hour or whatever strategic planning session, or should we just discuss them at that point?
Our thought was that we can discuss them. We'd be happy to do either way. If you would like to submit some and we distribute them out collectively, we can do that as well. But our thought was that you had time to review these and then come prepared with the feedback you want to give us.
Yeah, that sounds good. And yeah, I think this process sounds promising.
Any other thoughts or questions? Thank you, Dr. Dossett. We look forward to working with you. We will get the meeting scheduled soon. It is important that we move forward on this, but it's also important that we sit down as a board and focus strictly on the strategic plan. So thank you for bringing us this far. We have more work to do. So thank you. Thank you, Dr. Polio. We have basically completed the work on our agenda this evening. And at this time, the time happens to be 8:31 p.m. Is there a motion to adjourn? Board Member Marshall, seconded by Board Member Duncan. All those in favor, would you please raise your hand? It's unanimous. Thank you very much. Thank you for your work this evening, and thank you to our presenters. Thank you, Dr. Polio, and thank you, Dr. Dossett.